Hello. We can get started. Plan today is to mostly do zomboid stuff. We're gonna fortify the crossroads, so hopefully we'll take that over. And then from there, well, we'll decide what we're doing next. Probably McCoy Estates, and then depending on how long that takes, we'll probably lean towards Dixie after that, because I want to do both those, and then we'll probably strike Muldraw. Well, obviously that's going to take quite a long time to do all of those things, but it is what it is. Let's get started. Hopefully everybody's day is going good. My day is okay. I'm cold today though. Mm, Come on, Chambler, faster. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? Today we're gonna fortify Crossroads. At least I hope. We'll see. Cool. Hopefully it arrives soon for you. The fortifications? I'm thinking of walls. We'll probably build walls around the crossroads. That is the thought at the very most at the moment. But right now I just want to clear out some more stuff so that we're able to do it with no problems. There's gonna be more here than I expect, but at the same time, there's gonna be less than, like, there shouldn't be too many. What I mean is that I shouldn't be dealing with tens of thousands. Not yet. Because even if Dixie comes up, that's not 10,000. Not on its own. Because there's no cement. It wouldn't matter. The stone walls and the wood walls are the same in durability at the moment. Actually, arguably, I think wood walls are actually stronger in terms of health values. But health values don't matter because a single zombie rapping on a wall can break it down. So it ends up being, like, not really relevant. It's kind of weird. It's the same as why I don't really put barricades on windows unless I'm wanting to have an extra layer of defense. And even then, I'll only put like a couple. I won't put very many. Unless I'm trying to block the window's line of sight, which then I put 3. But it's excessive to put more than that. And the only reason I would do it is for aesthetics. Doing these 3 really quickly. Lunchbox in a duffel. Neat. Oh, because you want to level up carpentry? That's not a bad way to level up carpentry. It's a good way to level up carpentry. Barricades, they don't give much XP, but they give some. A better way to level up carpentry, though, would be, it's more costly, but the wood log walls are not bad. Wooden frames if you have a decent amount of, nails. Doing the floors isn't bad either, but it all depends on how many nails you have. Well, yeah, I'm hoping that we can fortify this place here soon. We brought some stuff up, so we'll continue to do that. Perfect. Oh, okay, we'll head back to the other area. We'll have a sleep, and then we'll continue to collect So we'll probably... I'm not... well, actually... I just want to pull everything I can to that area there. So we'll start collecting a large portion of these clothes and start piling it up. Because we're going to need to rip them up in order to produce log walls. Hello? Mm. Just 1 second. Okay. Drop this stuff off at Crossroads. Okay. Slowly, we're carting over 24 weight units of stuff at a time. But, so there's not much stuff here, though, so that's good. We'll sate our needs, and then we'll run around grabbing more cloth and denim. Specifically, the cloth is what matters right now, but the denim will come in handy later. Yeah, it's slow and steady. There's no need to rush. If we rush, we're gonna get killed. So we need to be careful, and we also need to just, like, go at our own pace. It's a marathon, not a sprint. You can sprint this challenge, kinda, but eventually you're gonna get fatigued. Most folks, when you get into the tens of thousands to the hundreds of thousands of zombies killed, it starts to become a much clearer picture of just how much 100k zombies is. It's a lot. It's a lot. Doesn't mean it's not doable. It's totally doable. It's like, same for a million, right? Imagine doing that 10 times. Basically be a zombie grinding machine. I'm just gonna set these down for a second. Get a rest in. We'll go foraging. With mops and brooms. At least you can carve those into spears now. So like they're not the worst. Without any knives? I mean, you could totally get knives, though. All you have to do is forage a chipstone. Make your own knife. Kelly. Yeah, it is too bad that their durability is kind of limited, but at least they added in another version of the stone knife that exists now. So like, there's the stone knife, and then there's the long stone knife. Once you start getting your napping up a lot higher. Though it's gated by napping level 6, which is to put into perspective the difference. You can make a stone maul, and you can make a heavy stone wood axe before you can make the long stone knife. That's an interesting thing, right? Where is it? It's right here. So you can make a knapping drill, right? Where is the other thing? And a stone maul and a stone axe head, all before being able to do a long stone blade. It's just a stone sword. I mean, it's a fairly more durable knife, kind of. It lasts a little bit longer. It's good once you get to napping 6, but it's like napping 6 though. I would want more things in napping. Like I feel like napping's not got enough stuff. The value of napping is kind of, it's got good value. It's just that it needs more. There should be more to do, right? Which is why I'm looking forward to boyering. Because if we can nap our own arrowheads, well then suddenly napping becomes a lot more important. .8? What do you mean? Is there patch notes out for 42.8? Because it's 42.7 right now. Yeah, no, I know that the flatstones, you can still find flatstones in foraging though. But yeah, you're right. There is a bug right now where you can't really get the flatstones. And I hope that that bug gets fixed. That was that was my fast track to leveling to napping 5. Was making stone axes. And then later you can make stone mauls and slowly grind yourself up to napping level 6, and then you have access to the stone knives. After that, it doesn't matter what your napping is. Well, I mean, it'll increase durability on stuff, I suppose, but it's getting the availability of those long stone knives would be nice. I kind of wish it was level 5 as well, but then that means that there would not be nothing from level 6 to 10, which, to be honest, there isn't anything from 7 to 10. So, you know. Okay, they fixed it in 42.8. I can look forward to that then, because I've been wanting that to be fixed. That was my biggest complaint with 42.7. Is not being able to level napping. It's one of the reasons why I was like, maybe I should take a break from the rat race. That's how bad it was. It's because I'm like, I can't make weapons the way I want. Perhaps I should take a break. And then coincidentally, Oblivion dropped, so I was like, oh, I really love Oblivion. It's a great game. I will continue my Oblivion playthrough as well. It's just, you know, I missed the rat race. I missed killing zombies. I miss Zomboid. Zomboid is a fun game, and I enjoy it very much. But I do like playing other stuff as well. It is tempting to play stuff like V Rising. V Rising is fun. I've been playing that with Emma, and we've been having a good time. I need to go and put away this pair of pants. Yeah, I'm looking forward to 42.8 to see what they've changed and what they've fixed and stuff like that. There'll be tons of bug fixes and whatnot. So Yeah, it brings us closer and closer to like eventually the full game, which is gonna be. I'm super excited for when we get to that stage where we're finally things are settled and then they can release like multiplayer for the folks that want multiplayer, and then there will be a lot less bugs and a lot less errors with the base game, so that the people who play single player can just coast and enjoy their playthroughs, whatever they're deciding to do. My plan is to resurrect the wall run at some point, or maybe do another variant to Z-Bay. I want to do some multiplayer as well, because it'd be fun to play with on servers with friends. Um, Making some good progress on this. You can make your own chest rigging. Yeah, you can make a bunch of cool stuff, which is really neat. They added a bunch of duct tape stuff, tarp stuff. Um, you can basically make your own clothes from scratch, which would be very nice. If they keep going in this route, like the where you can basically do everything you want from scratch, It'll be interesting to see what happens here in the near future because, doing everything from scratch could end up being that means that likely they're going to fix a lot of the recipes that are like gated by certain things. Like currently they need to move a recipe from blacksmithing tier 2 to tier 1, the metalworking punch. It's in the wrong section. It's in the simple forge for some reason. It needs to be in the primitive forge so that you can then make the punch, which lets you make a lot of the other stuff. Just simple little things like that will make it so that there is progression in a way that flows. And then if we have flow, you could go out into the middle of nowhere and you could like from the ground up make yourself a setup that works, and to the point where you're at end game like medieval tier at the very least, if without power and all that, right? Which would be neat. I would love horses in the game as well as an option, and to ride around on instead of having to deal with the whole what's it called? Not always cars. So like you'd have to feed your horse, maintain your horse, and you could ride around on a car. I mean, you could equip it with saddlebags. Could you imagine? Or mule. Do like horse breeds. Do like a caravan. Because when they eventually add NPCs, because they're going to eventually add NPCs, it'd be neat to do like that kind of thing. Have like a little caravan. Of course, everybody has their own interpretation of what they believe the NPCs should be like. I just don't want the NPCs to take away too much from the game. Like, because if it trivializes a lot of the different tasks that you have to do, then I don't mind if it takes away some of the tedium, like having to water my own crops kind of deal. But then think about it like this, then they just become farm bots essentially. And I don't know, it's hard. It's hard to do NPCs right. It really is. It's one of the most difficult probably things that you can do in games like this. Oh, we've taken quite a lot of the stuff from this area. Not all of it, but most of it. Does that chest rigging let you put the flashlight on it? Like the angled flashlight? You'd still have to find an angled flashlight, but if it does, then that'd be useful. Because isn't that the big reason why people want the chest rig? Or do you need specifically tactical webbing in order to put that on there? Another section of road. Just gonna quickly go drop these things off.
You're amazing!
Thank you for the follow. Do appreciate. I am currently ripping clothes for fortification processes. Eventually. We need the ripped sheets in order to make walls. That's another area taken care of. So it's about maybe 1, 2, 3 more stretches. Now, if we're gonna encumber, let's encumber all the way. Nope, no way to pick it up. These large branches are really heavy, though. They weigh 6. And we're carrying how many of them? Lots. Like 4, 5. There's one in the bag. 6. Come back and grab this stuff after I'm done some foraging, but there's a couple things I need to do first. We need to rest, recoup our stamina. And we need to forage. Oh, we're fine. Okay. We're going to be working over here, so there's a couple of things that I would want to set up. Somewhat comfortable sleeping position that's safe. Let's move the watch bag. Yep, watch bag's been moved. So there's still probably zombies in this sort of area like that, but it'll be fine. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. I just wanted to see if claustrophobia was going to screw us. And it doesn't seem like it's going to. We can sleep in that room. even though it's a really tiny closet. It's not like the tiniest closet. So, and we're like, 8 months in. So, claustrophobia no longer a problem. I am going to pause for a moment though, and I'm going to be right back because I want to refill my tea. Okay? Okay, be right back. Okay. It's one full bag of jewelry. Let's do another one. An endless supply of bags to work with at the moment, but we do have quite a few bags that we can work with, kind of. That's it. We slept our first night at the crossroads. It's official. We live here now. Let's go get 8 branches. Make our own table. Do we need to make our own table? No. Are we going to? Yes. So it'll be our tailoring table. It'll be right here. Well, there goes that. Most of this parking lot's tidied up. I'm just gonna let a few more things here and here. It'd be better to stitch these back up and then cut them and for more tailoring XP, but it's fine. We can just do it like this. Hello. This one we'll keep because it's not ruined. No, no, it's stealing my zombies away. As I was reaching in to grab the items. Darn it. Oh well. Okay, so that takes care of most of the surrounding area around the Spiffos. Okay. let's snag this. We actually have more than enough to make a second watch bag if we really want one. Hello. I'm doing pretty good, Barry. How are you doing? You having a good day? Right now in the process of cleaning. As you want to do when you finally taken an area over. We're doing the cleanup. Bacon bread? That sounds awesome. That can go... Can I grab you? No, too heavy. Just gotta put these things here for now then. Extra pair of shoes. Broken katana can go with the shoe seat, I guess. This is a tool bag. It can go there for now. There we go. Let's go there. This can come over here. Rock. More clay. Limestone. Bugs. Knife. We're already wearing one of these. Where's the nearest Ambi? Pop can. Water. Water. Hello. Thank you for being a garbage can. Okay. So that's part of that done. This can be broken down more. I need a knife for it though, because I put away all my knives. Okay, that's two more handles there. This is firewood. So still organizing that one. Go there. All right. Oh, we're gonna starve to death. Oops. um. Okay, quickly run and get food. This is my reality. Busy, focused on sorting, and then suddenly, oh yeah, I have to eat. That's important. Gotta do that. So busy doing this and that and this and that. Gotta put food in the face so that I can be not, not, not dead. Yeah, I know. No food. It's a requirement to stay alive. It's awkward. Oops. Uh, that's a lot of mushrooms. The game's like, okay, we'll just give you all the mushrooms. You don't have to worry about eating. Okay, we're good to continue. We put food in the body. Short bats or long ones? Um, what level of skill are you at for both? And do you have points in them? Because that stuff all matters. There's also the enjoyment factor. Which do you like better? But then, like, if you're talking absolute min max, then there are some uh, answers, I guess. It depends on if you enjoy playing a min max style strategy or not as well. Because if you don't, like, I mean, the answer would be whatever you prefer, but because not everybody likes to min max, right? But definitely it depends on what you have trained, and then also your fitness level will play into it a little bit as well. You said no bonuses in either, but if you, let's say you were level 2 long blunt, right? Level 1 short blunt, and you had level 4 fitness, um the long blunts would be better for you because well, you have more points in them. 0 in both weapons. There's no bonuses. What's your fitness? Level 5 fitness? Okay, so then and your level 9 carving, you're able to make bats? Because if you're not able to make bats, there's no point in this, so to speak. The bats would be good. The reason being is in the muscle strain formula, they have a 0.5 versus the one-handed 0.6. So you build more muscle strain um with the short bats. However, short bats are more available, so you'll be able to get a lot more of them. If you want my opinion, uh, it depends on. Do you have a saw? Or I guess it wouldn't matter because you can't make the long bats out of anything that isn't the large branch. So you'd have to chop down a bunch of trees. I suppose. Uh, the difference is like between long bats and short bats is not crazy large. So because short bats are more available and you're 0 in both, I would do short bats. Be warned the range though. The range can be deceiving sometimes. Um on the short bats, as well as it's just they're more available. If you can have a bunch of like if you make a mass amount of long bats, then the baseball bat's not terrible. It's really good. And the reason why it's often favored is because it's a two-hander. It spreads your muscle strain. So it's a very close race, but short bats will win in the long run out of the two. If you were to do absolute min max total kills and all that, the short bats come out on top. But that said, the long blunts are not. I'm not saying that they're bad because they're not. We're talking like like little differences, like absolute like slight differences because you can, for example, the short bat, you can kind of just make one on the go. Long bat, you kind of have to, you need a large branch, right? Because I don't think that that's been changed. Yeah, you need a large branch, so and a flat surface, but the flat surface is nothing. But you need the large branch, so because the short bats, you can make them out of a plank, a tree branch. Like you could basically make these out of whatever. They win in their availability. So like if you break all of your weapons while you're out, you can just run over to a bush and get another one. As opposed to having to chop down a tree and burn exertion. And then remember, you said you were 0 in weapons, right? Which means you'll be 0 in axes, which means the axe muscle strain from chopping down that tree is going to hurt you. So, all in all, short blunts will be your best choice by a small margin. But then again, like I did say before, it's up to preference. So if you prefer, then you can do the other one. It's not a large enough margin to really care that much. It's like super duper min max. But yeah, technically the right answer is short blunts. The only thing that really can keep up with short blunts in availability is the short blades. They're able to be produced at the same volume. They don't do as much damage, but the reason why they're still good is because their exertion values are less. So you exert less with the short blades as you do with the short blunts. So eventually it'll come to a point where you'll be gaining back most of your stamina with the short blunts or short blades, I mean. while short blunts are still kind of heavy. Like they do kind of have weight to them. Like even the short bat, which is technically one of the best weapons in the game at the moment, and that's even after they nerfed it. Like it's been nerfed already once. It's still one of the best weapons in the game, based on its availability. It's just they made it a little heavier, which causes exertion and causes, you know, issues in terms of stamina. Meanwhile, if you compare it to, let's say, something you can craft that's equivalent, like the stake weighs zero point 0.5, equipped it's 0.15, right? Versus the short bat's 0.45. That's a so once again, it you basically barely feel the stake in your hand, while the short bat you feel tons. Yeah, short bats are still good. They're still one of the best weapons in the game. But once again, I do warn you, be cautious with the range. There's too many people that I've seen that are using short bats and they miscalculate that range and they get bit for it. So just be very cautious when you're using them, and you know, it's same for short blades, right? You get into a rhythm, you get a little off and then suddenly you're dead as a result. Okay. Knives are your favorite? They were also nerfed? Yes and no. They were stamina-wise nerfed, but they're still the best weapon in the game for stamina, for sure. And after a certain point, it's still really, really good. I feel like they're better than they used to be, kind of. The hunting knife is still kind of the same, but the fact that they've added in so many new weapons and new knives, although they are just kind of like hunting knife adjacent, they and the hunting knife is still one of the best. It's still, it's relative enough that, like, yeah, I feel like the knives are in a good place. If you really like knives, get a feel for stakes. Get a feel for the stone knives, and you'll really start to appreciate it. Especially when you have like these, for example. See the large branch? A large branch is 6 stakes right now. It used to be 12, but now it's 6. So, but imagine before it was 12 steaks before. Once you get your short blades up, a single steak can last you for like a handful of zombies. Multiply that by the amount of totals, right? And once you start getting your long blade or your short blade up, you're gonna start seeing kitchen knives, large knives, hunting knives, all stuck in zombies. And if you luck out and get a fighting knife, oh wow, it's so good. Yeah, knives are still in a good place by a lot, and especially if you can get to the stage where you can make your own. Although making my own knives didn't really feel that good at first in blacksmithing, once you start being able to make the handcrafted dagger and stuff like that, you're basically set. Of course, that's the same for any of the crafted weapons. The crafted forged crowbar is amazing. So is the metal bat, as well as the um, it's funny that the short blunts actually are less good when you craft them because the short bat just still outclasses pretty much all of the metal weapons. Like they last longer, but I mean that doesn't matter. Them lasting longer is an irrelevant thing when you can just craft like a million of them on demand. And even if it were to get like, in my opinion, things shouldn't get nerfed in the way of availability. Like for example, I don't understand why the baseball bat it requires the large branch. You should be able to make the baseball bat out of the plank, right? And same for spears. I believe spears actually should be able to still be crafted out of planks. I don't know why that's been cut off in a way, because all it does is kind of force people down a certain route. Even if it's something that you required you to level spear to level 1 in order to be able to craft it out of planks, there should be an availability there so that folks that enjoy that weapon can go in and enjoy that weapon. Not that, because I don't care about spear really, nor do I care about many of the other weapons. Like, I mean, I'm kind of neutral when it comes to all that stuff. It just, there we go. I like things to be more available and more routes, I suppose. That way players don't feel like they have to do a certain thing. That's one of the worst parts about Build 41, actually. Aside from, like, once you get to a certain stage with Build 41, especially if you play a large pop, like, times 16, you almost felt like you had to train spears at some points. Like, I mean, similar state to now, kind of, where you feel that there's more, like, requirement to do specifics. Right now, there's a lot of reward in staying where you are. Like they've got a little bit, so I feel like the nomad playstyle is punished in Build 42, to a degree. Because if you leave, well, your farm and your animals are going to suffer while you're gone. Now that can be fixed, I guess, with NPCs, but it's like it's tough, you know. And we need rope. And I need grabbing half a non-possibility. Like, what's up here? Oh, did I break my character? Yeah, I did. Okay. There we go. Do I want that one or do I want the other one? We could do the log table and it looks a little nicer. Yeah, I think we'll do the log table. Okay. We'll put these in a... Okay. Hmm? Oh, yeah. The base is my home, and it makes sense. Claire makes a much better base than I do, though I feel, because Claire's is always so much so much stuff all around. It's very pleasing. It's very pleasing to look at. But it's nice. It makes it more homey if your base looks nice. Because you're gonna live here, right? Like this is gonna be your place that you spend most of your time, so it should be that it's nice for you, right? This is something that I wish existed is that it gives you the other colors of rags, and I kind of wish the rags actually visually were those other colors. Okay. So, white. Let's put leather here. Okay. So that tidies that area up, and it's mostly sorted now. So a lot of broken glass. It can only go there for now. I like that there's a Spiffo mug here. Hello. Okay. Okay, these are food. They can go in the fridge. Mhm. Mhm. Oops, I was wrong section. Mhm. Oh, cool. Found nails. Now I just need to find a carton of nails, and then we'll be set. And then I won't even need to use the and a saw. And you know what? While we're asking for random things, generator mag, let's forge up the legendary Spiffo statue and the generator, a generator. Sure. Can you even forge a generator? I've never seen one. So, but yeah, a generator as well. While we're asking for the impossible, might as well ask for it all. Give me everything. Would like one of everything, please. With mods, you think that you can? It wouldn't surprise me if generator was somewhere in the forage table, but like, not the red generator. I would expect the value tech generator, the blue one, to be available, maybe, if any of them. Which I don't expect any of them, obviously, but if I had to make a guess and be like, which generator do I think would be in the forage tables? Yeah, I would pick value tech. Just because it's light. It's a light generator. Oh, buildable expanded. Oh, that's kind of interesting. One of my favorite ones is build menu. I really like build menu because it just is, it gives you the ability to make the tiles in the game. You know what, my day is going good? My day is going good. I hope your day is going good. Making some progress. We're getting ready to fortify. I'm going to chop down every tree in this backyard area so that we can have a nice little wall that goes around our home. Keep us a little bit more safe. And we're going to be living in the Spiffos, is again, which is not a big surprise to anyone, I'm sure. I love living in these commercial buildings. They're just, it makes me happy. They've got lots of space. They are just one of the better buildings to live in. Warehouses, commercial buildings, you know. So like the Gigamarts, the storage lots, you know, there's a lot of good places that you can base. There's just enough space for me, but not too much space. It's not like trying to live in the prison, for example. You'd need like more than one player to do that. Okay, let's go and have an in-game nap. The fact that we just earned stealthing XP is a hint that there are zombies around, though. I was gonna go looking for them, but foggy day means I'm less inclined to want to do that. How's our weight doing? 78. Oh, poor Higgins. He's so sad. It's okay, Higgins. It's just the apocalypse. Nice. I have any comp face, so did I actually already have mushrooms? No. Yeah, you're right. Ben Higgins does need to get a pet, but he doesn't ever seem to like have the luck for that. We tried to catch rabbits, but they're fast and I need to trick them in order to catch them. Let's see. We need 4 and 6. It would be considered abuse actually. So there's certain things in the rat race that are not allowed. Creating a zone and trapping the rabbits that way is not like if a rabbit runs over a zone that already exists, then whatever kind of thing. You didn't mean to trap that rabbit, but that said, if you're actively using the designated zones to corner rabbits, that's considered an exploit. And it's not allowed in the rat race. There's some things that are like that. It's just like, for example, if you stand really, really far away from the shoreline for the fishing minigame, there is no fishing minigame. So what happens is you'll just reel in the fish. With no, not that the fishing minigame is particularly hard on its own, but the point of the fishing minigame is you're supposed to kind of be within the shoreline. That's the idea. But the way that the mechanics work for it is if you're like really far away, the game doesn't know that you're not close to the water. So it calculates the difficulty of the fish based on how close it gets to you. So you can instantly catch the fish essentially that way. There's a lot of little exploits that exist in Zomboid, but they're not in the spirit of the rat race. There's a like an attack speed buff if you spam your spacebar right now on top of like attacking. There's pushing trees for maintenance. There's all of these things, but they're not in the spirit of the rat race. Like the whole point of is to try to avoid them best we can. Like this is going to be the occasion where you find an exploit that's brand new or perhaps something like, for example, I found a way that I could sleep inside with claustrophobia. Um, and I brought it forward to everyone, and we all agreed that that's not fair. Sleeping inside with claustrophobia is okay if the room is large enough, but like a one by like a 1x2 room, that's not fair. So But yeah, it's definitely we're trying to keep to the spirit of the challenge best we can, right? Okay. If you have the windows open in order to cheat the system, what does that mean? Because the windows being open doesn't matter for claustrophobia. So long as you've got a decent amount of survival time, you can sleep in normal circumstances. Like even a room like this size is fine. Um, it's just I figured out a way to make it so that I could sleep in a 1x2, which is the size of a closet, which is not. Yeah, it's not allowed. Oh no, that wouldn't be cheating. If you opened a window and it counted, but it won't count because windows count as walls. So having a window open is irrelevant. At least as far as I'm aware. Once again, remember there's an asterisk at the end of whatever I say that it may change in build 42. Because that's just the way it is. That's the nature of the beast. Okay, we've got enough now that I can start chopping. Oh. I forgot there's zombies in this game. I was playing like a building sim. It's funny how that can happen. It happens. I was like fully immersed in my building. I was like, I'm gonna be chopping down all these trees, and then the zombie groaned, and I'm like, oh yeah, they exist in this game. Wasn't even thinking about it at first. It's your second most popular way to die. Yeah, that is the truth though. Like, oops, and then suddenly there's zombies, and you're like, oh yeah. You guys notice that it takes more attacks to take down a small tree or a small bush than it does to take down a tree. Minus the really big trees. For some reason, the bushes take 4, while the small trees take 3. Of course, probably stamina-wise, I don't know if it would actually matter. Be able to get a little bit of rest in. And then I want to make some ropes because we're gonna need them. Poor Higgins. So much pain. Okay, let's make 5 twine. And 6 ropes. Okay. Get some sleep. Hmm. Sorry, I thought there was something floating in my tea. I was like, no, nothing. It's fine. It's one of the most unpleasant things for tea and coffee is if you take a swig and it's like you get grounds and or debris. It's like, blah. Not really keen. Hello. Hmm? Oh. Yep. Yes, we do. They would own the zombie apocalypse. No worries there at all. And they did, actually, in Dead Souls. I got to watch Emma play Dead Souls and it was nice. Emma has it on the console. I also got to play it a little bit too. Specifically when we were at the dungeon bit because Emma got frustrated with the dungeon because Emma was trying to clear every single room. And I didn't think that it was necessary, so I just kept walking through. And then Emma's copied that strategy to finish the dungeon. It's nice when you get to play games with together, and you figure different ways to play the game. Sorry. I couldn't reach the mute in time. It snuck up on me. These bushes are sneaky. I think it's funny that this animation here doesn't get used very often. It's a cool animation though. But I haven't seen very many people using it. Outside of trying to throw the zombies out the windows if they're killed the zombie inside. I was just thinking about that just a little while ago. It's like, it's a really cool animation. But it objectively puts your character in a bad situation, so it ends up being, yeah, you can. They added that to build 42 vanilla, is that you can now throw zombies out the window. The animation for it's a little jank sometimes, but how? Oh, it's really easy. Here, I'll show you. I'll give you an example. There's a couple of ways you can do it. So you can do it like this. Right? Yeah. So I think you... Does this work? No. So you have to be holding the corpse next to a window, and then you hold E. You can also just hold E to pick up a corpse, so do be careful of that. Yeah, it's like a whole animation, see? There's several reasons though why you don't see players doing it very often. The reason being is most of the time people just let the bodies despawn. So like they'll just let the bodies go away on their own, right? They'll kill the zombies in a place that's not indoors. And then also it's exerting and it locks your character in an animation. And anything that locks your character in an animation in Zomboid is bad. Anything. The fishing animation, all of it. The reason why it's all bad is because if a zombie comes up on you while you're in that stance, you can't really do anything. Like how you can't fast drop. There is no fast drop command. Like, so when you take the time to pick up a zombie like this, right? This is as fast as I can drop the body. Now imagine having to deal with a zombie that's coming up on you while you're in that stance. They'll make you drop the body, don't worry. but you'll be taking damage in between then and that afterwards. So it ends up being bad. And there's no fast cancel similar to fishing. Fishing at least has a fast cancel, but fishing comes with its own jank, as we've seen with the animation lock that exists with fishing. If you were to basically do certain set of things, you can lock your character in the fishing animation. Even if you weren't fishing, like you go and do other stuff, and you still end up in the fishing animation. Okay, let's start building some of these walls. That was one of the things that was kind of annoying for that, is that people kept being like, but I wasn't fishing. You don't have to be fishing to cause the fishing animation. That's not, this, they don't cross. What causes the fishing animation thing? I did a little video on it if you'd prefer. What did I put it under? Um, this one. I made that video specifically because I watched two people back to back, like, or there's several people. I can't remember if it's two. It might have been more. Um, suffer from that bug. So I was like, I need to do something about this, and so I created that video. And then I posted it in the Rat Race Discord so folks can know about it. Even after which, still people are affected by it. Because it seems like you'll almost be doing some kind of code to get that to happen, but because it doesn't seem likely. But how am I doing today? I'm doing pretty good. I get to play Rat Race, and I'm having a blast. We finally are like moving into the crossroads, which is fairly good. We'll be able to set up a decent staging area, I'm sure, as a result of being here. And then from here, we're going to start pushing towards some other locations. But I need to set this up to be good first. There's more than one, isn't there? Have you done doing a naked run or like just a no civilization run? You mean like Buzz has got for like he's gonna sustain for he's allowed to loot things for like 2 years, but then he's got to go and live off in his own sustained area? Or you mean like spawning in nowhere, the middle of nowhere, and because currently, if you were to do that, you would be locking yourself out of several things. Spawning in the middle of nowhere is currently the build is not finished, and as a result, there's certain things missing. So you wouldn't actually be able to do that without getting ridiculously lucky with foraging. Because some of the trees are not like you'd be locked out. A good example would be currently with blacksmithing. Currently, you can't actually progress the tree at all without a metalworking punch, and you can't make a metalworking punch until you have a tier 2 blacksmithing setup, which is not possible without having those items initially. So you'd have to forage those items up in order to continue, right? And that's it's gonna happen because this is the unfinished, like this is the unstable build, and as a result, it's not there's stuff that needs to be tweaked and adjusted and placed in its right place. Things are not gonna be set up right. It's to be expected. The intention currently is to at least have the things available in a standard playthrough. So an apocalypse playthrough where you do have the loot and you do have the everything. Because in those playthroughs, you could do this no problem. Plus, even if you didn't want to loot at all in those playthroughs, you could still go to locations that have the the setups already there, so that you could then craft the items you need with those crafting stations and move forward for that doing it that way. But that said, eventually they'll get to a stage where it's possible, I'm sure. You need a knife to build a knife? A chipstone counts as a knife, so you'd need to forage a chipstone. But that said, if you weren't going to forage at all, well, you wouldn't be doing an outdoorsy playthrough if you weren't going to forage. You'd forage a little bit comparatively. But right now, it's like 80% of the gameplay in those kinds of playthroughs will be foraging. You will be spending most of your time in this, which is... It would be nice if there was more debris like this that you could guarantee. You know what I mean? Because there is debris. You can guarantee rocks, and you can guarantee flint as well, but you have to get high enough level to do so. I wish there was single flint rocks as well, because there are not single flint rocks. There's just regular rocks. But maybe that's something they'll add in, is little flint rocks. Or the ability to turn the regular stones into chipstone would be nice. But we'll see. I'd prefer things more accessible, though. The more accessible, and then focusing on balance lay, it should be a later step. Because it's better to have people running around with all the things, testing all the things, and getting into those situations where they're breaking the game, as opposed to, you know, finding out later once it's on the stable build, right? Just because people couldn't get to that stage until eventually you get a handful of folks that can. Um, so you're gated by certain items, right? There's gates essentially. Yeah, that's how that works. Progression chains have gates on them that will unlock essentially to the next stage of progression. Like for example, needing a stone pickaxe to mine the iron in order to get the iron, and then going from there. And now that you have the iron, you can mine the next tier of resource, so on and so forth. That's a standard gate, like progression gates that exist. Um, that said, though, I need you. Mm, There we go. Have I ever played Don't Starve? Yes, a little bit. I'm not super duper familiar with it in terms of like its full progression, but making the science machine to get to the alchemy machine to, so on and so forth and to slowly progress. I know some of the bosses, but I'm not really super duper like it's not a game I've played a lot of. Yeah, full of little gates, right? Or you need to kill such and such a boss to move forward kind of deal. Yeah, Terraria is full of that stuff too. So is V Rising. Some of that is the fun of the game, right? Is to figure out how to beat the gate so that you can move forward and later on if you were to go back and fight whatever it is, like a boss or it would be easy comparatively with your upgraded gear. Later. Not now. Okay, now we'll start heading back. Although we probably will go and do we can start doing our progression towards We may need to go and gain some weight again. Torso pain. Yeah, the problem with Zomboid right now though is that a lot of the gates are broken. That they need to be adjusted, fixed so that the flow works. Because currently you can't flow from one thing to to another without significant help or luck. Not quite there yet, but soon they'll get there, I'm sure. Okay, I need to find a better area to forage in because that area is fairly tapped. Hello, Bunny. Can I get you, convince you to... You gotta give that bunny credit. Pretty clever. Bobbing and weaving. Would our panic come back down? Yeah, we gotta go and do some fishing and working out, which sucks, but we are making progress. We actually live here now, which is saying a lot. So we've moved into Crossroads officially, and we can start working towards the next thing, which is I'm gonna get the water barrels on the roof, I think, as well as. Well, do I have garbage bags to do that with? I don't think I do. We have one tarp. We can set up a little area for rabbits eventually. Okay, almost there. There we go. Ye old weight gain cabin. Mhm. Really? We can catch one more of fair size. And then we'll cook these up, eat them, and then we'll work out consistently for several days till our weight's back where it needs to be. Yeah, Paper Mario. It's a great game. Favorite member of the party? I remember really enjoying one of the party members that was an enemy at first, and that your party didn't really like them, but then they kind of grew on the party. I don't really remember many of them, but let me check the names. Um, it was it wasn't this one. This one. Yeah, I think it was the one on the cloud, maybe. It's been a long, long time since I played that game though, so I don't really fully remember the plot or anything. But I just remember that the one of them the party didn't really like, and that they the whole redemption thing. They become a good part of the party afterwards. Might have been Spike, not sure. I liked that you could time things, and um the style of combat was fun. It's definitely different style than some games. All right, let's fix our regularity first. go. Okay, regularity's fixed. That's pretty neat. It's kind of cool. I don't think I've played that one though. Maybe I have. I don't remember. The one that I remember playing, Bowser had a magical scepter of some kind. That's the version of Paper Mario I played. It was like a rainbow staff or something. And that there was a bug where you could make the game break if you beat him in the first thing. Which obviously you weren't meant to. You were meant to lose that battle. It was the first one? Makes sense. I don't know if I've played any of the other ones. I definitely like the music for sure. I am unsure. Eat that and go sleep. How's our weight? It's coming up, but that's the problem with weight is it's so much easier in now to go down than it is to go up. Maintaining weight, even with slow metabolism, is not easy. Hmm. There we go. Bugs with new lore. Okay, sounds neat. Mhm. Seriously. Fish, come on. That's not fair. That was not fair at all. You see the fish? It was mean. It, like, really mean. Like, I almost had it near the shore twice, but I just couldn't quite get it there. Ah. That was a 340 for sure. Sucks. Oh well. It is what it is. That sucked though. That was gonna be a good fish. It would have lasted me a few days, and we could have gained some weight. But it happens. You know, you're in a A big channel catfish, but you'll do. I'm gonna go quickly chop down a tree. The sawing of a large branch should give two planks. Um, the reason why I believe that is because the large branch weighs 6. So it should give 2 planks or a plank and something else. It's splinters, something, you know. There's something extra. Where does the extra 3 weight go? That's not an insignificant amount of weight. That's a significant amount of weight. Where does it go? Just gonna clean these branches up so that they're nice for starting fires. Have you ever used the heel of bread? I'm not familiar. Heel of bread. Is that like an item in a game? Might be an item. Oh no. There's a lot of games that use food items as a means to heal. Oh, you mean the heel of a bread. So it would be heel like this, right? Because heel of bread, heal the way you used it was healing as in to recover. Yeah, I almost always use the heel of the bread because it's tougher and I enjoy it. Sometimes I'll save it though, like to keep the rest of the bread in good condition. But most of the time I like eating the heel of the bread. It's one of my favorite parts. Yeah, I'll keep the heel on the end of the bread loaf for anyone else who's going to have bread, and you know to keep the bread intact. But I do very much like that portion. It's good. A lot of people don't. They're missing out then, because that's a really good portion of bread to have. I gotta wait patiently for... 15 bullets in, 3 XP given. 15 bullets in, 1 XP given. Out of 15. Remember, it's supposed to be 3. 3 of the bullets. Like, I could do it again in slower motion to show. Watch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We receive 5 XP out of the total of 15. See, that's more accurate to the actual number. 1, 2. You can't really make gunpowder, like, per se. Like, you can, so you can make gunpowder. It requires taking apart bullets. But the gunpowder itself, used as a recipe, um, doesn't make into anything but, firecrackers and pipe bombs. So for my case, it's almost like, aside from the firecrackers could be in theory kind of useful, but not really because it's pinpoint hearing, and if I'm gonna firecracker, I might as well just shout. Like, why am I not shouting instead? Is it because I want a delayed version of sound to go off? Like, it ends up being that it's not that useful. It's a cool idea, but it's not that useful. Eventually, we may be able to make a gun, like actual bullets and stuff. I'm still holding out hope for archery. But one of those things where we'll see, kind of deal. Oh, there's only 3 liters left in there. You can see that we're already in the 40k range. Since we were last here, we were around the 20k range, so we've gained about almost 20,000 XP in terms of strength over the last, since we were here last. That just goes to show you fighting is way, way better at getting you strength than working out is at this stage. The only reason that we're considering working out at this stage is because I need to gain weight. Now, in saying that, if I had just stayed here throughout that in couple of weeks, I would have about the same XP as but you know, less zombies killed, less weapon XP, less maintenance. It's just better overall to go out and fight. But the 8. I can't really see the water properly. I'm just gonna go stand inside for a bit. Speed up time till some of the weather's gone. Am I just not seeing it? There's some over there. Alright, good enough. So much fishing. Keep bumping my mouse. Nice. Do I not have a knife? Oh, because it's in my backpack. And I set it down. Oh, blunt knife doesn't work. Okay, this can go over here. Push-ups in the rain. Hmm? Oh, must have moved it. Selected the other one. And 4 is empty now. My playlist knows what I want. Gotta get that montage on. Doesn't matter because we're gonna be max tired anyway, so let's get that 50k. We can do it. We're so close. Oh, you're so close, fan. Come on. You combine it by eating some other things. So like eggs, or there's a few other things you can eat that can give you the alternative. You're talking about the double chevron, aren't you? So there are ways to hit double chevron. I'm just being lazy, to put it plain. I am being the lazy. I don't need double chevron. It's fine. Bring this with me. You. All right, let's go. Should be enough weight. 82. Yeah. Yeah. You just got to eat a couple of things in order to do it now instead of, or just butter. Butter's still the strongest out of all of the foods for it. I still think it needs another nerf, but that's just me. That's once again, that's a hill that I'll stand on. That I like. It's an ingredient, and therefore I believe that it should be nerfed in terms of all the ingredients, like flour and margarine. Like all of those things should all be sugar too. I feel like all of those things should be marked as ingredients, and therefore you can't eat them by themselves. No more chocolate bar butter. But of course, once again, that's I know that a bunch of folks would be upset if that was changed. Because they rely on the butter for their calories, and they wouldn't want to have to actually interact with the cooking menu at all. That said, though, I like the idea of it, of making people actually cook. They've got all these cool recipes and stuff, but they don't really, there's not really a point in them. Because you can just eat a stick of butter and it gives you all you need. That's why I kind of wish that the caloric system was slightly changed in a way that it would, if you did go above and beyond and cooked yourself a really fancy meal, that it would actually give you like way more. Like you could get like boosts to your combat or something. Could you imagine? People would actually interact with the cooking menu if you got an attack speed buff or something if you made certain types of food. Mining buff or, you know, etc. Like the different styles of increased in skill. XP boost if you make yourself a special kind of like meal. And then what you do is you put them in recipe cards and have them sort of around. Seven Days has stuff like that, right? But like, and a lot of games have stuff like that. Zomboid doesn't really have buff-ish stuff like that. The closest you get is the full to bursting, and that doesn't really do too much. It counteracts some health loss, but more often than not, it doesn't do very much. Give you almost 5 full buckets of milk. Yeah, not just that, but like, sure, it now costs 5 liters to produce butter, but like it doesn't. There's two ways they could solve the issue. They could add spoilage to butter, which I don't like. I don't think that that's the way to do it. I think the best way to nerf butter would be to give it the same value as the chickpeas. Make it so that butter is no longer able to be eaten by itself. You have to put it in recipes. And then from there, you would have people slathering butter all over like fish and stuff. Which, I mean, is a little bit better, I guess. But still not quite like interacting with the cooking system. A full interaction with the cooking system would be to make recipe cards and have buffs that you can get. Like buffs to your strength, buff to your stamina. Maybe one that reduces your fatigue. You know what I mean? Because people loved when soda was able to reduce your fatigue. Imagine having that as something that exists in the game. That you can eat a special meal and it's like you slept. Or like a special meal that you eat and then your character can't get uncomfortable for a full in-game day, meaning that you can wear the fancy armor so long as you have this meal available on ready demand. Hey, it's Yuri. Hi, Yuri. Hello. How goes your wee woos? Are you having a good day? Give my brief little intro, and hopefully your rat racing is going good. Yeah, I'm having a good time. We're managing to You're gonna steal all the booze? Okay. I have none. Oh, actually, that's not true. We have one pack of beer. Oh. I was playing before you got here. It's not my fault. And then for folks that don't know their options for the ads, there you go. Now we're quite tired. That's annoying. You have like 4 ad blockers. That's fair. I don't do ad blockers most of the time because I like to support the content that I am enjoying, and ads pay for things. That said, though, I do understand that they're annoying. If you spend a lot of time on Twitch, I recommend you do Twitch Turbo because that gets rid of the ads and supports the creators. That's if you do a lot. If you spend like a lot of time in a channel, you should support that creator through subbing to them, maybe. But that's all within whether it's within your means or not. Patiently waiting is for them to be over is decent as well. Or like I put as the first one, finding a working ad blocker. Twitch is very very against that though, so they often will have stuff that blocks the ad blockers. But yes, hello. Um, yes. The But yeah, our stuff is going fairly well. We are right now establishing in Crossroads. There, go. But so I live in the Spiffos, and we've been gradually taking things over and prepping to siege down McCoy Estates and Muldra. Hopefully your stuff is going good too, Yuri. You're at like what 20k last I looked, or between 17 and 20, something like that. And that you were secure. You were like 95% secured. Oh boy, McCoy Estates. Ah, yeah, shouldn't be too hard. At least I don't expect. 17,314. Ah, nice. Yeah, we're just now getting our foot in the door at Crossroads. It's taken quite some time to get here, but it should be mostly under secure now. There's going to be a little bit of zombies on the edges though, because that's just how Crossroads is. Oh, you're trying to get your pigs back? The pigs that you forgot to mark. Ah, okay. So you're trying to desperately forage for smithing. But at least you're on like you're pretty much set then for the most part. Yeah, we're gonna be sieging towards Dixie eventually, but for now I'm just prepping some fortifications at the Spiffos. I was gonna do the entire area, but then I was like, I don't really need all that area, so we'll be taking the Spiffos lot essentially. So I'm gonna be wrapping my wall around just this. I don't need too much. You just lack a hose, and then the Echo Creek outpost is finished. Yes. Did you misplace yours? I thought you had one. Do I think anyone's gonna get the million kills? No. But maybe it's possible. But that's not the only part of the rat race that's difficult. The rest would be like the outposts and making a perfect character. The million kills club, though, I'm sure somebody will start it eventually. I think that all of our saves are gonna get ruined though before we're able to get there. If I was being honest. So you don't have a hose. I thought that you did have one. Well, I mean, hopefully you find one in some sort of vehicle. We've got, right now, 4... Oh, is there rumors about the next update causing, some save incompatibility? I wouldn't mind restarting, specifically because this right here, the debris thing, is annoying me. I want my flat stones. Pretty please. I've managed to find a handful though, so we actually have enough axes to sustain for a little while, but um I don't want to have to rely on foraging alone for my axes, you know? Oh yeah, that's true. One step closer to multiplayer equals one step closer to breaking everything. More than likely. Yeah, if you need self-care, by the way, Yuri, make sure to get some self-care. Some rest in so that you can be back on and do some more rat racing soon. Let's grab some foraged goods. Yes, enjoy. You're going to the beach. Oh, okay, well that's good. Self-care. Get to go outside. You should do one of those videos where you touch the grass. Ha! See you. And thank you again for the raid. Achas, I am gearing up to try and take the remainder of this area, and then I'm going to be pushing towards McCoy Estates, which is to the west. Whoa. I thought you were friendly for some reason. Oh, Freemason trial. It's funny how sometimes in Zomboid you just forget. You forget about the zombies, you forget about the hostility, and it just ends up being relaxing. I know there's a decent amount of zombies in these woods yet that I have not yet cleared. But I don't want to deal with them right now. Enjoy your lurk. Hopefully you have a good day. Hello. Hello. I suppose 2 eggs is good enough for now. Anytime I see that, I just want to do this. High five. I'm weird. I will continue to be weird, I guess. I have a flashlight. I do. Mm. Well, at least that section will be completed at least. I just need... Well, sort of. Partially. Gonna need a little bit more stuff, so I gotta go north. We'll go into the north field. Probably will bump into zombies there, but that's okay. Egg. Ooh, cabbage. Nice. Okay, while this cabbage is fresh, I need to actually go and use it. Wrong thing. So I'll go deposit the cabbage in the rabbit-ish area. I don't have a means to keep the rabbits at the moment, though, so... I can close the rabbits in a cupboard, but they'll not function properly there. That's it. No more cabbage. Egg breakfast. Well, it lasted quite a few trees. We just need a large handle. Flanker branch. Gonna rest in here, and then we'll check for a plank. Saplings, lots of saplings. I have to make sure to do at least a handful of the big trees, I guess. Okay, it's not like it's going to be difficult for us to snag at least one large branch. I think there's one down the road. Magnification? No. Just trying to get rid of the walk too. Oh, there's large branches here. Okay, nice. Let's go put these things where they belong. Oh, 3. I don't trust it. Sucky though, because we're like all sorts of tired. We'll just rest here till it's time for bed. Because I don't trust it and I don't want us to get hurt, so. Okay, time for bed. Let's let the panic come down, because fast forwarding while you're inside gives you fright for some reason with claustrophobia. It's like it's the reverse of build 41. There we go. All right. Okay, now we'll pause and I'll be right back. Just gonna refill my tea, etc. So BRB. Barely win. Okay, let's go get our rabbits. I could have sworn there was a zombie there. There were zombies there. So we got 3 rabbits total. And one of the traps broke. Are you kidding me? Okay. Apparently I'm really bad at this. Okay, let's try again. There we go. I was too close to them the other 2 times. I don't have the means to take care of them at the moment. No bones. Still should be plenty of meat though. And now there's gonna be a raccoon and another buck running around. I may be able to approach them, but it's unlikely. Yeah, we don't have a pen for the bunnies in the moment. Eventually we will, though. And then we got sad. These used to be people. Dun dun dun. Hmm. Let's see how bad it is. It's a handful.
My arm hurts though, so I don't know if I can engage them. Before we get tired. I figured as much. Can reduce the pain on my arm, but we're still tired. So start with a small pull. There's no guarantee I can fight the whole group right now. That makes it easier. Yeah, we'll just finish this group of 5 off. See, there's still 2 there. I speed up time by like an in-game hour or so. Mm-hmm. Hello. Oops. Mm-hmm. I'm busy. Can you tell? I gotta be here. Rude. Busy. The run is going well. You're making good progress. Although I am kind of hurting my character quite a bit. We just chopped down like 4 big trees. So it's quite a lot of trees. Need to get a rest in. Recoup some of this pain that we're causing ourselves. Because we are in agony currently. Let's go make some rabbit food. Go cart some of this material. Sometimes if you put stuff too close to where a wall is going to be, it has problems. So I'm just gonna move that stuff over. Okay. Here we go. Let's go grab this bundle. I need 2 more. So these 2 will fill in the 2 of the extra that we have. And that gets us another few walls. Yep, we need sunlight. I gotta wait for panic to go down. Oh, we broke 2K as well. Nice. Let's go build these really quickly. we inch ever closer to having this whole side finished. Dude. At least they're nice and, you know, they're considerate. Max agony, max exertion, you know. I don't like being max with any of the Moodles. I don't even like the Moodles being on my screen, let alone like them being high tier. Awkward. It's really cute. Stamina. Okay, stamina's done. And grab the remainder of this stuff at least. Just throw those down for a moment. I just want to get all this stuff over here. Got another section of wall completed. Oh. It's like, why can't I cut the tree down? Actually, I haven't checked all of the vehicle's trunks, have I? So if I've got a hose, then I can try and siphon fuel from one of the vehicles until we have that screwdriver. No. Pretty sure the Spiffo parking lot has nothing. There's 3 cars in the other parking lot, right? Or 2. There's at least these 2. And there's a tarp in the back of that. Was that it? Must have been. Is there a car crash somewhere? I know that we have the gas cans in here. There's 3 total. And a pack of cigarettes. Not that we can really use it. Oh, that sucks. Interesting. So I could probably level up carpentry that way. Although we're already level 3. Is there anything else that I need for carpentry? Aside from the barrels? A composter is level 3. Barrels are like level 4 and level... Oh no, it's just level 5. And I think I can make the other ones already, yeah. They used to be higher than 5. Or was it stairs that I was thinking of? We're gonna run out of axes soon. I've only got a handful of them left. Yeah, maybe. I'm gonna carve a large handle really quickly and make that final axe, because I think there's only one left that I can make. That's it. That's all the axes that I have, I think. Unless there's one more. Is that one more? Oh, there's one more. So we've got about 5 axes left total. Should be enough to do part of the wall at the very least, but not maybe not all of it, but there we go. We should break in game for lunch. We are getting hungry. Oh, too close to the wall. Nope, poison. It's only like a mitt full of tiles left for this side, and then are these actually foraging? Yeah, they are. That's hilarious. There we go, finally. Oh, exertion. We'll be able to turn a lot of these branches into baseball bats if we really want to, but... I'll think about it. Their current value is pretty good as well. This is burning our character out like really hard trying to build these, even just this one side of this wall. Although we have better access to, that's awkward. Better overall tools. Is that a calculator? This guy's carrying around a calculator. I can respect that. Kudos. Math on the go. Okay, that's taking quite a bit to get this over there, but worth it. We're nearing much, much closer. Ran out of sunlight, but that's okay. Moodles being annoying? No. Curse you, Moodles. I'm busy. I'm trying to build a wall. So we need 3 more for that. That's another 2. Being a lumberjack is difficult. How many left there to do? At least this side will be done. Four more. There's a zombie behind me. A lot of tiredness. The reason being is that a lot of these actions take multiple like sets. They didn't take quite as long in build 41, so it adds up to be a lot more time overall. It's just like the watches. The watches used to be instant to take apart. Now they cost like what is it to take apart a single watch now? Let's take one apart and find out. Because I forget, but I know that it's longer than it used to be. Remember before it took less, like it'd take like a second to take them apart. Which doesn't make sense, I guess, but at the same time, it's like it's much more time consuming to do now than it was. The amount of folks getting to electrical 10 is not going to be high off watches, but perhaps that's why there's going to be new ways to level electrical in the future. I'm hoping that we put the grid, like we get to put on the grid. That'd be cool. Fingers crossed. We're like so close. Yeah. There goes all the pain in my arms. Got you. Rodent meat, raccoon leather, can be processed on a softening beam. Okay. Nice. We succeeded. I just need to get... Oh, we're getting there. We just need a couple more. Mm. Mm. Yeah. We're very close. We just need a couple more. Oh, okay. This will be too many, but I'll do it anyways. Absolutely perfect. Ta-da! One wall done. Mm. Alright, first part's done there. The fact that we're moved in is the big thing, though. That is like the huge portion of this. We're basically set up. For success. And I just need to finish off some of this stuff. But it's a gradual process. We don't need to rush to do it. That said, though, I am pretty hungry, so I'm probably going to speed this in-game day along just a bit. We'll have our character have a sleep. And then we'll probably raid out. Because I got quite a lot done today. I feel it's been good. And we've got lots more resources to work with now. I could make a ton more weapons than I would have been able to. So that's huge. And then we just need to kind of keep expanding. So we can do like a little bit here, go kill some zombies, etc. It'll be good. Alright. Good stopping point. Thank you very much for coming and hanging out with me. Do very much appreciate. I'll probably stream later this evening. Is more than likely the idea. But we'll see. It all depends. Anyways, it has been my pleasure as always. Let us find someone to raid. Let's see. And we can go raid Rat. Yeah. He's riding a bicycle. That's awesome. Now let's go raid Rat. Okay.